Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be doing some more dance bar hunting. There's even an outbreak today. I'll see how good it is. But if it's nothing good, then we go to area 0. There's other interesting outbreaks today, so we'll see if we move to them later. We'll see. I'm really hoping, honestly, today that I will be fighting something for the dance bars indeed. No, a dance bars, preferably. We'll see. There we go. What we're gonna be seeing at first is the outbreak worth anything. If it's not, then as I said, we'll be going to area 0. There's also other interesting-ish outbreaks today, so we'll see how things go today. So if everything seems like a thing that I want to be, I want to be going for them, then going for them. Can you please? I hate the fixated map thing. He's so focused on one space and he doesn't want to be getting moved out of there. Cause I have gotten a like one outbreak in here for when I was doing the testing, and it was okay. But of course, since you know I'm actually like hunting for it, so I would like to be getting preferably better one. Don't know if this isn't too good then. Moving out of here, but if this is good then you know, I don't mind doing this. I probably still will be going for Area Zero a little bit. I did prepare for it anyways. So why wouldn't I be just getting ingredients and such? Yeah, a little heads up already that I'm most likely gonna be receiving a phone call today, so there is that. It's about the oven situation. I haven't like received it yet and decided to call after it has been a week. Yeah, this seems like a very good spot. I don't mind this at all. I haven't done too much of dustburst hunting from outbreaks, that's for sure. And because it's an outbreak, I don't need to be using a sandwich, which is very nice. I don't think it's the exact like location-wise the same spot, but it's very close to the spot that I did do alone the first bit of testing. So yeah. Where do that be indeed? But yeah, I'm not gonna be knocking down anything because full odds. We're staying at full odds then indeed. This is a little weird to be seeing Mischievous here because the testing that I did do was in Scarlet, you know, version exclusive and everything. I mean, it's only nighttime thing as well, so it's not like it's gonna be there forever, you know. Indeed, hopefully everybody's having a good day today. I'm having a vacation day myself, indeed. Nothing really going on today. Didn't make a few phone calls, but they were like anything that I didn't know about already. It's just this the first place that I did call. They did have like, you know, a little tune that plays in there. And it was kind of annoying because the loop wasn't perfect. And every single time that the song did loop over, it's like... It did sound like when you're like answering an old phone and you like can be sometimes hearing the pickup sound. But yeah. Apart from that, it wasn't too bad. It was a little annoying that like every minute or so they were saying that, you know, there is like still not free places there, so you know, I need to be just waiting. Also, one thing I will say that I find very frustrating about the place that I did call is that there is nothing that I can be like like call them and say to them, then call me back when you can, you know? You need to be on the phone for... Thankfully for me, the waiting time was only like 15 minutes. It wasn't too bad, but it's still... it's still a little annoying though. At least I will say that it's a better music than it is if I would need to be calling one other place. Hello, Blue Edge. I don't think so. Not gonna be spending too much time on them either, to be fair. Just gonna quickly be checking them. At least on Flowed it should be somewhat easy to be challenging it apart. But Baby is of course harder. You know, it's being smaller and everything, and at least with Flowed, at least also the like some other parts than just the eyes change. Also, is that like so small? The smallest transporters, perhaps? Could be. As I said, that hunt for... I'll be going for, indeed, for the smallest of one Pokemon at least. Maybe I'll go for the largest one as well. Because if I go for every single size there, then, you know... I'll be seeing the entire line. Like, how does it be having the size differences between them? Because if I go for the largest and the smallest of one Pokemon, then, you know, I'm for sure gonna be getting every single size, you know? It's kind of impossible not to. But at least I know that I'll be going for smallest for one Pokemon. It's quite fitting for its name, but as I said, I'm gonna be finishing other hunts first, and I'm not completely sure do I want to be having an outbreak for it or not. Jeez. Just to, you know, get rid of the encounter power thing there, because I'd be doing that. Oh, hello. Hello, little buddy. Did you get something today? Nice. Marks. And as usual, I'll be evolving this at the end. It's critical capture. First one from an outbreak since the first time that I've been doing this. Nickname for this fella. I'm gonna call you nickname. Your name is now nickname. And you're definitely going to be naive by nature. Smiled a little fella. It's a ring race. pretty nice and fast. Pretty nice and fast indeed. Still those flowettes in here. They really like to sleep under that tree. I love it. I love it indeed. I would like to be getting one that would be either on the smaller or larger size, because I'm pretty sure that like most of them have been like the average size, so you know it would be nice to be getting more of a size variant as well. Even though it doesn't really do anything, but it's still nice to see though. I want to get that I want to get that Floette despawned. It's so hard, it just follows me everywhere. No, it's still there. I can never get away from this Floette, it's gonna forever be. It's gonna be like our Trobius friend from like a long time ago, when I did do indeed the outbreak method last for Dunsparce. And as I also said that I'm gonna be, if I don't of course get it now, I'm gonna be doing the outbreak method as well to be, or like actually do the outbreak method, like knocking down and stuff for 3 segmented shiny to Dunsparce. I'll be doing that indeed, but if I get it now then you know I don't need you. Because, you know, I just want to be getting a shiny 3-segmented Dunsparce from an outbreak. Even though I know they are possible myself. Because both shiny and 3-segmented one are possibly from outbreaks. As I said, testing things out myself. And I'm satisfied with the results. Hello, dearling. Hello, Charcadeck as well. And soon probably it's gonna be a bunch more Dunsparce in here as well, because there is the... There was the group spawns and everything else. Yeah. But I will say that I think it's smart to be using the outbreaks whenever I have the opportunity to, you know, use them. So that's why I most likely will be spending quite a good amount today to be in the outbreak. Because, you know, it's basically only going to be... It's more going to be only Dunsparce in here. Because, you know, in Area 0, since I use only Encounter Power 2, it's never guaranteed to be just, you know, Dunsparce, but... or the Dunsparce Barboach. So yeah, this is a lot nicer, and also, you know, I don't need to be going for that long. And I think like walking speed is pretty good with these dudes as well. I like to be walking anyways in this game, it doesn't bother me. And honestly, I'd rather in this game be going in smaller circles if I have the chance to be doing so. I mean, to be fair, it's basically with every Pokemon game that I'd rather be doing smallest amount of movement as I can. You know, because why move too much if you don't need to? You can just, you know, stand in place, then, you know, it's nice that way. I didn't know that pedal can be spawning in here. I knew that it was in the game, I just didn't know that it's in, like, exactly in here. Interesting. I will say though that I'm surprised that there was 2 Pokemons that was introduced in Gen 9 that I would have been thinking that for sure would have been night-only Pokemons. But I guess they don't really want to be doing it to new Pokemons as much. I make them either day or night exclusives because they want you to be discovering them and whatnot. But it's the Ghost and the Dark Dog that I would have been seeing, like, being night only. Or at least, you know, new spawns, because I'm pretty sure that there is... I'm pretty sure that there is places that... that you can, you know, be... you can be doing the funny thing of funness. Old having like guaranteed spawns that, you know, they're always gonna be there. I know that there is like some of those spots for at least the Ghost Dog. And they could have still been there, but I think it's kind of strange that they're also like mostly available like during the daytime as well. But it is what it is, I suppose. I will say though that I'm also a little bit disappointed that the ghost dog of this game doesn't really glow in the dark as much as one would think it could. With, you know, its candle and everything. I will say though that this game is somewhat disappointing with the thing of glowing things. It's not like they need to be there or anything, but, you know, would it be nice to be seeing kind of thing. The only really bad thing about like hunting somewhere else in Area Zero is that since some spots can sometimes be so small, it can be hard to be seen. But apart from that, it's, you know, nice change for sure. But it could be the thing that I'll do like an hour here, then, you know, do a sandwich on Area Zero, then, you know, come back for the rest of the thing. I guess I could be doing that indeed, like run one like actual full sandwich on Area Zero, and then, you know, for the rest of the hour I will be coming in here. I could be doing that. Or I could be doing like an hour thing as well, but I could also do like 1.5 hours of hunting in the outbreak, then do Area Zero, and then, you know, do that as well. Hello. We're getting faces today, that's for sure. Also, just so you're, you know, usual kind. Making quick progress today for sure. Should be having enough EXP candies though. Nice. Guess I need to be getting these to a correct level indeed. Nickname for you though. I'm kind of feeling like Area Zero because I was talking about Area Zero as well. So I'll nickname you Area Zero like that. Bold. I'm feeling bold for this one. Bold for this one indeed. You're docile. Run away. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess if this kind of thing keeps going on, I'm gonna be getting caught up by the sub amount soon. I guess 19 is currently the one that 19 is currently the one that I'm looking for. Yeah, that's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. I hope that it's not gonna be quiet the rest of the day then, but unfortunately that sometimes seems to be the case with my Scarlet and Violet log, that I'll get a bunch of them in the beginning and then I don't get anything at all. But it could be that I get a bunch of things today. I was also kind of thinking that if I get like 5 shinies from the outbreak today, that I will be I'll be just going area 0 then. But I will be going to area 0 anyways. Because I want to be you know, be doing that as well. I like to, as I said, I could be changing places in this game where I'm hunting. Keeps it more interesting for me. Also, I'm pretty sure that both of the ones were male as well. Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. It's interesting to see, by the way. Swooper just reminds me, I think it's Swooper. Good. It's interesting to see what they do with that fellow in Legends CA, because it is a Kalos Pokemon. Like, what are they gonna be doing with the different forms and everything? Interesting going to be seeing that indeed. Would it be kind of cool if Legends CA would be a game that, you know, you could be like finding every single pattern in the wild of Vivian. But I also kind of doubt that that will be going on. I mean, there's technically 2 games that you can be finding them in the wild. It's in this game and in Pokemon Go, but it kind of works differently at the same time as well. I do be working a little differently indeed. I'd like actually be able to be found in quotes in each copy of the game. Without, like, you know, requiring a restart every single time. Which is, I guess, a nice thing that if you for some reason want to be getting like a specific pattern Vivian, then, you know, you can be getting it. But just, you know, setting up your device into a correct place in 3DS, that is. But you need to be doing it before you start the game, of course. Because once you have created a save file, it's going to be whatever it was made with. It's never gonna be changing. But yeah, indeed, this is gonna be a last stream before we'll be switching to Safari Week. As I said, I'll be doing a little early. So on Wednesday we'll be starting a safari hunting, or a safari game hunting would be the correct way to be putting for me, because I'm doing Great Marsh as well. I mean, at least I guess today we're not gonna be seeing... What are you gonna be doing anyways? Nothing. I guess today is gonna be the day that I'm not gonna be... we're not gonna be seeing Pokemon, so it's weirdly going underwater too much. Because I remember it on the load ad. There were like Pokemons a lot that did want to be going underwater for whatever reason. Was a Growlithe that did go underwater and everything. Oh, silly game, silly game. What do you? I don't really know. I usually don't have like anything too specific of Safari targets. In PDSP, it's going to be whatever is the daily Pokemon is the main target of that day. Then there is Soul Silver, where, as I said, I want to be getting a shiny Geodude because the dude is asking for a Geodude from the Safari Zone, so I guess might as well be showing it a shiny one. As I said, also I'll be putting like this year like who is the daily Pokemon slash main target of the day. The layout, so you know you can be figuring out that as well from there. So yeah. Let's hope that, you know, some nice shinies could be found this year then on the places then. Last year was nice. Last year was quite nice indeed. Got a Hoppip, and Hoppip was the only one that I didn't find in PDSP. Did find it randomly when, you know, hunting in early hours of the morning. This was like clearly just be switching to the morning, you know, encounters. Oh, fun times for sure. Another kind of fluid there. Interesting. You know what kind of feels weird though? Is that the Kanto birds I'm talking about, Pidgey and Spearow lines, they haven't really been too much of a focus lately. Which kind of feels odd because I've always felt like they have been like more or less like the center and they're like kind of in every game. I mean, as I said, I don't really mind seeing new Pokemons, but it just kind of feels weird. Like, Gen 8, they were in the thing apart from PDSB, and I don't even remember what was the requirement for them anyways. I feel like it was like, you need to be having like national decks and whatever things. I could be wrong though. It's kind of strange not to see them, because it's just, as I said, it just feels like they are in every single game. These other cool birds though, so, you know, as I said, I completely understand it. And as I said, I'll always love to be seeing more characters in games and not just the same ones over and over again. It is with anything though. Any kind of game, like if they are like switching, what are they including in games? I wish to be seeing more times than not things that are not things that are not in the games as often. You say it's, you know, games that like, or game series that include everything, every single creature or whatever thing that they will be creating in every single game, which is always a little risky, but it definitely works for the games that they don't have too many characters in the first place and they don't add too many of them. It works for those very well. Also, one thing that I kind of realized as well, that it seems like if there's gonna be like more or less a special game and not, you know, a new main series game for Pokemon, they tend to have a lot of that generation Pokemons in the, you know, the main series game. For example, you know, there is a good amount of, you know, Kalos Pokemon in here, so, you know, Legends EA makes sense. And they seem to, not always, but quite often, like, in that way. Of course, you know, there was a Blueberry Academy where you know, it's based on Unova, so there's gonna be a lot of Unova Pokemons there. But then again, they didn't really add that many Unova Pokemon there. They did have definitely few. But, you know, it could have definitely been more of just Unova Pokemons. Could have definitely be having more Unova Pokemons there. For sure. I mean, of course, I understand they didn't want to add too many new Pokemons. Because they don't tend to do that with DLCs, they don't tend to add too many new Pokemons to the Pokédex. So, you know, makes sense, but it's still strange that there isn't that many new ones there. I will still say that I'm a little bit disappointed that it's Gen 4 fossils that we have in Terrarium and not Gen 5 fossils. More of the reasoning that I would have liked to be seeing something else than the Gen 4 ones anyways, because they were just in Legends EA, not Legends EA, and Legends Arceus, and also in PDSP. But I guess it's the fossil that is everywhere. At least it very much seems like it, that it's the fossil that is everywhere anyways. Not like I don't like them, it's just, you know, as I said, I like to be seeing variety, so it's boring to be seeing the same thing as every time if there needs to be a choice between some indeed. Also, one thing that has been quite funny recently is that I don't know really is it a big thing anywhere else, but in here we do be having like usually kind of a wall or something like that of like different kinds of candies. There's like for like one kind of candy there is usually quite a good amount of each. And apparently there has been recently a lot of like overstockage or you know things haven't just been selling enough, so they're just selling like an entire like kilo of like one candy. I mean, it's not a bad price or anything, but the problem is just it's the same candy. And not, you know, every candy can be surviving that long, so do you want to really buy it? But there was a pretty nice discount. There might still be it, because it's for the midsummer celebration. I guess they want to be getting out, like, rid of the overstock situation. But we can, like, you know, be making our own candy bags situation. So we did buy that. Usually it's around 80 euros per kilo. Now it was only 6 euros, so it's pretty nice difference. And the bag you can like, I would like to say maximum of getting like maybe 1.2 kilos. Then you know the bag is like completely full at that point. But yeah, it's nice. I don't buy them too often, but you know, if there is a nice discount off the usual price, then you know, why not? But they are indeed like indeed selling like 1 kilo worth of one like candy, and I'm like, good deal, but it is a lot of candy. And especially because we are not like the biggest of fans of like candy anyways. Like I used to be eating quite a good amount of candy when I was a kid, and nowadays I'm like kind of about it. I just get bored of it, I guess, quite quickly. I just can't be eating too much candy nowadays. Chocolate is a little different. Chocolate usually I can be handling more, and usually the one that I want to be going for anyways. Like chocolate more, I guess. I guess I have turned more into savory person. But you know, it happens. Preferences change. To be fair, I have never really been too used to eating a lot of like sweets anyways, because my father is still the biggest fan of anything sweet, so you know, we didn't have like randomly sweet things around the house. And you know, nowadays it's not really worth to be baking a bunch of cakes as well. Like surely, you know, for birthdays and such we'll be baking or making one at least, not necessarily bake it. There is cakes that you don't need to be baking. But the problem is that we just can't be, you know, can be eating it in decent amount of time. It would be probably a different story if we would be more a fan of coffee though, because that's, you know, how usually people, at least in here, are like more into eating sweets. And we just don't really drink coffee in here. In this household. So yeah. I want to double check that barber, which I didn't see it too well. Can you zoom in? So where did the barboach go? I literally can't see anything of it. Just want to make sure because I didn't see too well before I need to go underwater. Oh yeah. It's also going to be interesting to see in Legends Z as well. Is there... I guess it's gonna be, you know, no reset exclusive of course, but... Is there gonna be link cable item again? I really hope that there is a link cable item again. Because it makes it so much nicer to be getting the evolutions, even though, you know, I have the capabilities to be doing everything myself, but... I'd rather not, you know. That's the reason most likely that if I will be getting something that it is straight Evo and I can be moving into Legends Arceus, I will. Just because it's such a hassle. In my opinion, to be getting the trade Evos done. So I will say also that do anything always be avoiding them if I want them to that X. Scavenge anything and everything that is possible in the wild first. Which is pretty much anything in Sword and Shield, I'm pretty sure. Especially if you add the DLCs. Without the DLCs, you will be struggling with, I think, 1 or 2. I know that you can be finding Rhyperior in the wild. Just not sure if it's the only one. And you will be having troubles within Sword and Shield. It'll be found in the DLC though. But yep, anyways, we're gonna be having soon a break. And I'll be moving to Area 0 for a little while indeed. Moving there indeed. Could be an hour, could be less. We'll see, we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling like in there. But I'm also saying that I kind of am in the feeling that if I get like honestly like the 5 faces today, that I might be just doing something else. And I was trying to be moving my luck somewhere else. And also I'm a little bit afraid that since I've been getting so lucky today, that I'm using all of my Safari Week luck now. Even though it's not how it works, of course, but it feels like it. Gonna soon be moving indeed. The area 0 gauge. And are about to be starting. I'll still do as much as possible encounter-wise before. Indeed. Going to even be sunset time in here. I'm gonna put odd. Here it is then. At least the party is gonna be getting nice and healed after this. Even though there's like only one Pokemon that is, you know, lost the HP anyways. But nice nonetheless. Nice lag spike there. Aren't they something new? There we go. I'll start making the sandwich then. The only ingredient that I'm not sure of how enough is mayo. Everything else I know I have a good amount of. It's the only ingredient I wasn't too sure of. Like, I knew that there was another sauce in this, but I just didn't remember which one it was. And I would like to say that if it would have been low enough, I would be buying more anyways. But I would like to say that if we're not good enough for today, if I run out of the mayo, I'm just gonna go to the outbreak. The only problem is that if for some reason I will be finding ridiculous amount in there, then, you know, it'll no longer be full odds. I would need to be finding 28 more. So, you know, unlikely. Possibility? Yes, but unlikely also. Let's see, can we be lucky in the first half an hour also in here? And I will also say that if I don't receive the phone call in the next half an hour, I'm not gonna be getting a phone call. Because they are gonna be closing, if they haven't closed yet, but it could be that it's not as important thing as I said, even though it's our oven that is broken and it needs to be replaced. You know, we can live without it. It's not that big of a deal. It surely is annoying, because you need to be thinking like what you can buy. But also, like, it's not that important that we, like, need it right now. It's just, like, a thing that if I was told that it's gonna be taking a week to be, like, with us a new oven, I'm gonna be, like, calling after about a week. I was thinking of calling only, like, tomorrow on or Wednesday, but the problem is that this week is not, like, a full working week. So if I would be calling on Wednesday, then, you know, it's not gonna be really that big of a possibility that it would be with us on Thursday. Because, you know, Friday and Saturday are, you know, the midsummer celebration days. So most are not gonna be working. Of course the necessary ones are, but you know, it's still, you know, 3 days from work. Usually. Which is still probably one of the only ones that I personally will be taking as 3 days. From all the 3 days. On the Independence Day I'll be on. On the Labor Day I'll be on sometimes. I mean, the problem really is that, you know, I'm literally not gonna be at home. So, you know, it's kind of impossible. But anyways. It's always funny to think about, though. I don't know when it started and, like, stuff like that. It isn't really a thing in here, but I always hear that people are complaining that, like, off days from work and whatnot are over the weekend, and they're, like, upset that they don't get a free day off, you know, an extra day off. I find it super funny because, like, yeah, if it's said that it's always, like, let's say, like, it's always a certain day in a certain month that it's gonna be, like, a special day. For example, like, for us, Independence Day. Like, it's not like it's gonna be changed. And also I will say that I understand it's nice to be getting off from work more, but at the same time, even though not everyone can be as fortunate with the workplaces, but I still think that if you absolutely hate the job, you really should be getting a new one. It's not easy for sure, I know that, but I mean, if you absolutely hate it, then, you know, why bother with it? That is a thing that I have never understood. Because, like, if I would be, you know, working in a place that I don't like, and I will be able to be getting into a place that I'll get paid less, but I enjoy the job more, I'm gonna be taking the job that I like more. Because overall it's gonna be better, you know, to your mental health and everything. Because I know some people are that money is more important than they being enjoying to do the work, and I just don't get it. But each to their own. There's different kinds of people. But I just personally will say that money isn't everything. You can get by. In an okay job, okay-ish paying job, you know. At least in here. I mean, I know that in like every place, like over the last few years, it has become more and more expensive to live, but it is unfortunately what it is. What can one do? What do you? I think indeed it's important to be enjoying what you do. If you indeed have the choice, and I would like to say that in most situations you do have a choice. Cause I have never understood, I guess because I'm not really, you know, in that situation that, you know, you have a family business that you have to be keeping going. And you know, you need to be, you know, taking over. Your parents are gone. I have never understood that. But then again, we don't have like a family business that we would like to be going on, so yeah. But then again, my like parents have been quite understanding on, you know, doing what you want. So that's nice. It is unfortunate that not everyone can be having parents like that, but thankfully mine are okay. But most things, I mean, I will say that my father doesn't know that I'm streaming. But, yeah, apart from that, like, doesn't care that much. He was at some point, he didn't really like that. I wanted to be a programmer. He has come around it. It was the time, though, that even though it was, like, only 6 or 7 years ago, that, you know, he wasn't too much into technology then, and nowadays he's quite fine with it. Which is fine. I understand that there is still a lot of people that are afraid of technology because, for example, my grandma is 86 years old, so, you know, most of her life there hasn't really been a technology. I think basically the only technology that she uses is a phone and a TV. I mean, technically both of them have been like a thing that have been quite a thing for her as well. But still, I will also say that I don't think that I will be able to live without, you know, technology myself, but it is how it is nowadays. Even though in here it's very hard to be making people to be understanding that things change. It is what it is. Oh yeah, probably should be putting one of these to be charging, so it will be for sure at full. I need to do. I needed to do something today. It should be like halfway done charging though. If it hasn't lost battery since it has been off. Okay. I should be having that nice and full then. Because I was meant to be doing the safari layout like on a Saturday, but then I need to be charging. Because I have unfortunately lost my drawing like whatever mething device, like its pen, so I can't be using it unfortunately, so right now I'm just using a tablet. It's not the best for sure, but it's still better to, you know, be making like smoother lines than, you know, with a mouse. And I like to free draw if I can. I don't like to use too much of line tools myself. Big? It do be big. But yeah. I have a few ideas in mind as well. I have like an idea that I want to be like doing for this dance forest hunt as well as a layout. I have an idea in mind. It's not gonna be too much different from the current layout, but it's gonna be a little bit different anyways. A little bit different indeed. Are you okay, Iron Chagulus? Are you? What's going on today and like the big paradox Pokemons? I don't mind it, but what's going on? I mean, Chagulus, I don't know if I can be telling if it's big or not, because, you know, it do be floating, and for me it's easier to be seeing if it, like, a Pokemon is big or not, if it's, you know, on the ground. Because with floating, it depends on, like, how close it wants to be on the ground and everything like that. Harder to be telling apart, indeed. Also, just a reminder, it's good to be staying hydrated, especially since at least it seems like most of my watchers are from the side of the planet that is having summer right now. So, you know, I would be suggesting to be hydrating, you know. It's an important thing to be remembering to be doing for sure. As I said before, easy to forget, but very important to remember. Also, one thing that is also apparent, because it's summer, you know, for me and for quite a good amount of people as well in the world, that It's so strange because I'm so used to, you know, being living in Finland and everything that, you know, even though I have a lactose intolerance, that I can be, you know, consuming things that have milk. I know that it's not as like a bunch of places aren't as like fortunate as we have in here, that we know have quite a good amount of lactose-free things. We also have the, like, I don't know, like the pills or whatever things that, you know, make you like does something to you that makes it okay to consume, you know, things that have lactose in them. But yeah, because I have never understood the complaint that I'm lactose intolerant, I can't be eating ice cream. Because first of all, I'm in the fortunate spot that even though we have like lactose-free ice cream, I don't need to specifically eat them. I've talked about it before. Same is with cheese. I'm fine with it. I don't care. Because for me, it's like if the milk is in a... If milk is like more in the raw form, I can be handling it. But if it's more of like in the... like more of a solid milk form, then I'm more fine with it. And also, like, it depends, of course, like how much actually milk is there, because not in a lot of ice creams there isn't like that much milk in it. So, you know, fine with it. So yeah, that's the reason, because it is the thing, because I'm so used to how things are in here, so I don't understand how in not every place it's the case. I know that like some places have like lactose-free milk. That's like a thing that I know. But also I know that every time that I'm going, you know, like I'm traveling into another country that isn't one of the nearby countries. Because I know that both in Sweden and in Estonia, for example, the countries that we visit the most, they have lactose-free things. Because it's also like quite common in there. And if I remember correctly, Finland is one of the most common places to be having it anyways. Because I think like almost every single one on like my father's side is lactose intolerance, or has it. I don't know how to use it in a sentence. But anyways. But then again, it's one of those things that I don't really know like how to struggle with it, because I don't really care about it. I will say that I don't really drink milk, so like that's not big of a deal. And as I also said before, that there isn't really a price difference as well. That's another complaint that I hear about other places, that there is a huge price change depending on the situation. But honestly, even if it would be expensive or like a lot more expensive than the regular milk, I would still probably be buying it if I would like to really consume it a lot. And also there's a lot of other like alternatives to milk nowadays. So, you know, even if you aren't really like in quotes allergic to milk, then you know you have other options. So that you did go off the thing. Jeez. What? Now basic. I think I've had this my entire life. I mean, I haven't really tested after, like, I don't even know when it was diagnosed to me, but you know, I was very young. And I will also say that I didn't really understand it as well for my parents, because we weren't like having too much like extra money and everything. I don't really understand why they did have even normal milk. I call it normal milk if it's not like lactose-free things. Because my older brother is also, so like, why bother buying two different milks? And just saying that, like, at dinner when I was a kid we need to be drinking milk. It wasn't a choice. So, you know, there isn't even like that going for that. Maybe it's only used in coffee, but no. It's just so strange because, like, why bother buying two different kinds of milk? I will say the one thing is kind of bad about, you know, lactose-free milk is that at least when I was younger, they didn't come in like as large of a package as the regular milk does. Which, like, especially nowadays, I don't really care myself because, as I said, we don't really use milk, so I don't need to be buying a big one. Still, probably the most used place that we use milk in is when we are making, you know, from scratch mashed potatoes. It's probably the only place. There's sometimes in like cakes and stuff that it's used, but mainly just in the mashed potatoes. And even though we buy like the smallest possible one, it's still too big. So, you know, it's most likely gonna be just going to trash. As I said, we don't just use it. But it is very nice, though, that it exists. I was speaking of the smaller, like, milk that you can be, or a smaller package of milk that you can be buying. Probably the funniest thing is that there's two different places that you can be finding it in the store. You can either buy it in the cold section, or you can be just buying it from, like, where there is not, like, refrigerator and stuff. And it's a lot cheaper to be buying it from, like, warm. And, you know, we don't really care. Because we don't, as I said, we don't drink it. So, you know, we're always just going there. It's a little bit different, like if you would be buying it from, like, the cold fridges, but since, like, you don't care, we don't care. And also, I don't like to be on the dairy section of the grocery stores anyways, because they're always so full with people. There's a ridiculous amount of people in there always. So I rather not. Gonna be going ahead and soon making a sandwich then. I think I will be doing like an hour in here, hour in the outbreak. I think I like that idea. Yeah, I'm gonna just teleport this time around. Oh, the dude is like literally at halfway through itself. Nice. There we go. Nice. Oh, nice. There's a bunch of them, like, to the start, and not just like group spawn of gibbles this time. Also, since I was talking about like we can be making like our custom package of candies and everything a while ago, that always reminds me weirdly of like we used to be having like something similar to blockbusters. Not blockbusters, but similar things to that in here. So it could be because it was the first place that I did like start to really use those kinds of packages. Like I can be indeed choosing candies in the candy bag. But I remember that, you know, because it was kind of a movie theater thing, because it was, you know, you can be renting movies from there and stuff. It was movie theater prices. AKA ridiculously expensive, and also that the iron bottle just appeared up from the ground. I don't know, I haven't personally been too big of a fan of movies myself. I found them always kind of eh. So I haven't really been biggest a fan of like movie theater experience. I did used to like go into movies quite often when I was like under 10 years old. Because the cousin that we also did like stay in with like when we were visiting my grandma, she and I used to be going into those quite often. Same with my sister, but you know. Oh. Hello. Little movie fella, I see. Oh, it's small. I can check the size. Nice. Hello, I guess I'm gonna be nicknaming new movies or something like that. Nice. That's third one today. Movies. Definitely going to be sassy by nature. That's my nature guess. This one is bold. It's Serene Grace. Interesting. Wasn't the first one bold today? A little nickname fella? No, it's mild and docile then bold. Interesting. Alright, another one down. That's nice. As I said, I think if I find 2 more today, I might just be doing something else today. What, yeah. Indeed, we did used to be going with movies. With, like, my sister and indeed the cousin dad. We did visit as well. When I was younger, but then again, you know, then we were a little bit more closer, and also we did like live closer by to each other. I mean, my sister lives nearby here, but my cousin doesn't live, you know, in here anymore, so we don't really see that often. And you know, there is also the age difference between us as well. What are you? It is quite funny though, because the cousin that I'm talking about, she used to live here. And then like we moved in here, and then like if I remember correctly, like 4 years ago, she did move like back where like I used to live. She used to live there as well, to be fair. So, you know, it's kind of funny that we did switch around. But then again, that's how things go. She did like to be in a bigger city. Like, then and now she likes to be in a smaller place that, you know, she owns because it's really cheap to be getting houses there. The only problem really is that it's a not very well kept place, so it's like every single house is there in quite a rough shape, so you know, you're are gonna be always as a little bit of a risk, like how much you need to be changing there. Of course, there is the thing that if it's like true, like if it's a thing that they have already noted, you will be knowing it beforehand, thankfully. Like, you know what to be expecting to be fixing. What do you... It is unfortunately the thing, of course, since we did move out of the place that I did grow up in, that it is indeed like 4-hour drive there. I mean, technically, if you really want to, like, just drive there, it's gonna be like 3.5, but you know, or 3 hours even, depending on where you go. But you know, you most likely want to be taking a break in between. And you know, of course it's recommended if you ask me to be taking breaks anyways. So you know, it's not that easy to be getting there. You know, just going there if like you want to go there, because as I said also that it's like 4 hours basically with any sort of like traveling method. Technically, car is the fastest way to get there, because you don't need to be waiting with bus with, you know, people getting in and out. Same with trains. Also, trains require at least one switch, usually 2 switches, because 2 switches is cheaper because of the trains that they use in the 2 switch ones. Then there's flying, but flying is expensive. It's technically the fastest, but it's the most expensive one. Especially because we did have a good thing that we did have like an actual gas car that, you know, takes actual gas. So, you know, it is pretty cheap. Pretty cheap indeed. There was thankfully a bunch of places to be also like that we could be stopping and filling it in as well, because that's kind of a problem. But thankfully, like, mostly in the south, it's not actually a problem. It's more like if you go into Lapland that it's a problem. Because I guess it's the same thing with electric cars as it is with, you know, gas cars, that they don't really go too well in the cold weathers, I would like to say. It might be more of a problem that the gas tank that you're, you know, filling your car with, that, you know, there's the problem that it's gonna be wrong. Because, for example, you shouldn't be filling a gas tank in your car if it's raining, because, you know, the pressure is wrong. So I would like to say that cold weather probably does the same. Oh, small? That looks so small. I want to go a little bit farther away and like just throw out my own one. Look at the size difference. It's just weird to be seeing Dragonaggle to be so small. I love it though. I still absolutely love it. I really hope that it's not never gonna be... I hope it's never gonna be going away, this size, that you can be seeing the different sizes in the overworld. Or like in general, that even if it would be switching into like regular encounter-based games, that the size difference could be seen. It's such a cool thing. Such a cool thing indeed. Just hanging there, poor fella. No. Okay, Iron Hands. I like that it was like on top of the fence, then it decided to be going to the other side of the fence and fall down. Oh, poor fella. Ah, silly. Silly things, for sure. Thankfully, the thing is that if it is still the case, even if it would be shiny, it still would be staying down there because there's like ridiculous amount of like safety things that are shinies. They're not just gonna be disappearing. Which is nice, I like it. But... oh, jeez. Because then again, if you really want to be having a chance that you can actually be failing a shiny Safari zone or Safari game hunting anyways, it's always a opportunity. Oh, so yeah, as usual this year's Safari Weeks, like the promo video for it was hilarious. Love it. I also noticed a bunch of people this year either started like Safari hunting early or they just want to be doing Safari hunting more. But then again, it's sort of like, it's only like you can be going ahead and hunting in the Safari zone when it's, you know, Safari Week, you can be going there whenever, but... It's just usually when it's Safari Week, bunch of people are joining in there. Otherwise, you know, fun to see what Pokemons you can fail there. Always fun to see that indeed. Oh yeah, since I was like at some point talking about like outbreaks that I'm interested in that I might be going ahead and switching into, there's a Scizor one, there is the green version of the Squap ability. There is one question mark one that I just kind of want to be checking what it is. And apart from that, there is some other ones as well, but you know, Scizor one is one there definitely. And it's kind of interesting but understandable that I feel like, in quotes, everyone hunted Scizor, or are like hunting it in this game. I understand like it's cool to be seeing it in the overworld and everything, but it's at the same time kind of like interesting that, you know, it is again one of those Pokemons that everyone is kind of looking for. Oh, hello. You and your blue nose. Times 3. What are you doing here? Honestly, netball is kind of what I'm feeling like with you. I doubt that you will learn anything that you can be hurting yourself with, but I'm gonna... Jeez. Double check anyways. Dog. Yo. I mean, you have Fisher, but it doesn't do anything. You have Dick though, that's annoying. I'm gonna double check. I can run away, okay? I'm gonna double save. No double save just in case. I could be losing my party to this. I'm gonna try netball. If not, I will be switching to great balls. Nickname suggestions are welcome, by the way. I'm gonna try 2 more. Then I switch to great balls. Oh no! Thankfully this one doesn't have arena trap, so I can be, you know, switching it out when it uses dig. Nice. Got it on a netball. You know, a Pokeball that has a greater chance at catching Pokemons that are water or bug types. In a battle, it digs through the ground and it strikes the unsuspecting foe from under unexpected direction. Interesting. I feel like I'm gonna be nicknaming you Warch. I don't know why. You're Warch. And Warch's definitely going to be... impish. Also, I don't know if this one has a mark because it was the first one that I captured, so it could be having a mark as well. Hmm. It's lags. I'm gonna move it to the correct box after I'm done with this sandwich. I'm gonna quickly patch. Alright. I'm pretty lucky today. That's the third, no, fourth one. Fourth shiny today. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Let's see, can I be getting another one in? Today is, like, if we go from the 2 hours that I have been on, it seems to be the thing is that I'll be finding 2 shinies in an hour, so I could be getting 12 shinies today then. Could be a possibility, you know. I'm also kind of interested because oh jeez, hello. If I will be going for indeed the scissor, I kind of wanted to see how funny does Duck Trio be moving with synchro mode. Haven't seen it, I think. They're not interested in that. The blue nose fella, indeed. I'm honestly kind of glad that the Duck Trio and Dicklet, they don't switch into like completely like different colors. I like the simple change of their nose being blue, and I think it's the case that the brown part is lighter brown. Buddy? Because I don't know what I would like it to be switching into. Because it's fine as it is. I like that it's more of a difference in the Alola form. I like it that way. Like it indeed. Buddy, I'm going to indeed be soon be getting out of here. And stuff along those lines, and then we do like an hour-ish in the outbreak. We go into Area 0 gate though before I transfer in. So I try to be making a mark when I find the shinies now, and you know, so I can easily be making clips about them. Or could you do it with the third Dunsparce? It's not like the time is like that necessarily, it's just about time, so you know, I know when I about to have the clip that I want to be making. I still like to do personally clips under and like afterwards. Because I like to be hunting when I'm hunting, you know, I don't want to really waste that much time in between. Gonna quickly like turn around and get out of here then. Break time indeed. Good time to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Take a break in any shape or form. It's good to be taking breaks. Indeed. Good indeed. I'm gonna be checking indeed when when was the time that I did get the dude in? Wasn't if I remember correctly, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't that far off from the like sandwich making. So 1 hour and 20. It's quite funny that like the first two did happen the first half an hour, then like the two that I've gotten after that happened in like also half an hour from each other. I mean, I'm not complaining, but it is quite funny like that. Yeah, was there any other ones? No, not you, because no, you're blue shiny in water, no. Soulspark, I already have that one. Houndstone, I don't really need it, I already have one. There's a question mark one, and then there is indeed the squab ability there. Snuzzleaf here, there's Stantler and Vulpix. I'm pretty sure there is all, like, those are the only ones in there, so it's quite nice that they're all, like, grouped together. Female Pyro there. Then there was a Chansey. There's a Scizor there indeed. It's kind of weird not to be seeing anything on like in two biomes in Terrarium. But let's see. Let's see indeed then. Yeah. Let me teleport there. I don't think that I need the marker this time around. Probably didn't need it the first time around, but might as well be putting it there because it's about that direction where I need to be going for the outbreak. Yeah, I think I still will be keeping it on that if I find... because I think that 5 is good, like if I find 2 more today, then, you know, be taking a break and do something else. 6 is definitely a one that I'll be stopping at for sure. If I find 6 of these shinies, because then I have a full party of them. So yeah. I think it's a good maximum anyways, like 6 anyways. But I guess the game is feeling sorry for me for not finding anything for a few times. So, you know, I appreciate giving me more today. I'm completely happy with the 3, but I'm just a little bit afraid that there's not gonna be too many more shinies today. Could be wrong, could be wrong. Looks normal. I hate how much I need to be checking it. I'm more confident in something like Fanpy that I see that. I mean, in Fanpy I definitely will be double checking, but I can be bothered to double check something like indeed the Flabebe or Floette because it can be seen. Not easily, but it can be seen though. Also, one thing I will say that I've kind of said, like, talk about it before as well, that I feel like newer games in general don't really get that many, like, in quotes, good songs. Of course, you know, everyone has their different mindset, what is good, what is not, but the Scarlet and Violet ones, for example, they are okay. They're nothing like not that crazy about most of them. I will say that partially it is because, you know, like there is like such big areas for the music to be covering. Like usually like routes are different music. You know, and in Scarlet and Violet, since there is just the provinces, they are having like one music in there. And they're kind of okay. They're nice and chill for sure, but I don't know, maybe they're a little too chill. I do be liking though the DLC like music more. They're overall, in my opinion, better. But like base Scarlet and Violet, the music is kind of eh. I mean, definitely if you're riding the bike, they're more interesting, but I also like the more chill ones. But for example, this one is maybe a little too chill. Have blue eyes. What do you? Doobie, what do you doobie though? But then again, you know, there is the thing of older games, they have some sort of a nostalgia feeling to them, of course, but still. There's of course like new games nowadays still that, you know, have good music and soundtrack and everything like that, but I feel like Pokemon-wise, it has kind of gone down. I'm really hoping that, you know, it's gonna be good music in Legend CA, for example. Why is that Meryl also following me? That's lovely though, that they are like sometimes just following you forever, the guys. Just be seeing them running at you from a distance. And try to be avoiding the Marul and the Labebe if they would be actually going into places that they would be despawning. They are taking spots from the Dunsparce, of course. But Baby might have already despawned actually. Nice. Looks like regular size Pachirichu. I mean, I know it's a squirrel and everything, but seems quite small. Definitely a easy Pokemon to be missing out in this game is Pachirichu. There is, I think, few spots that it's guaranteed to be in for sure, but apart from that, it's quite well like hidden because it's so small, so easy to be just, you know, going by and not even realizing it's there. Yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. But progress is always progress though. No matter how little, how small. Now do this. Progress. I was about to say, is that the small Lechonk? No, it's a Toxel. Same thing. Oh. I will still say that Lechonk is so shiny that for some reason I haven't caught. As I said, I haven't really hunted for it, but still, it's another Barboach. I didn't see it. I think it's blue though. It's so small looking. I'm quite a Barboach. Interesting. Like I've gotten out of my way to be catching a Barboach. I mean, to be very good a bit for Kitakami X. I guess it's available there. Because I will say that in the base game, it's not too easy to be finding. As I said, there is another fish called Finion that is the same situation. Oh yeah, Mistress could be seeing soon as well. It should be nighttime and there is water nearby, and I still find it kind of weird, like why is like water kind of required for them? Like why couldn't they just be, you know, in places? Also, who is showing Pokéballs in the wilderness? I mean, I guess they were using it to run away from a Pokemon then. But usually, you know, items in Pokemon games, they are single-use items, so they will be disappearing afterwards. Anyways. you be? What did you be? Even though Doobie do be hanging out in the boxes in or sit down press that I did nickname Doobie. Should be nicknaming one of these Doobie. And it's spelled a little differently, but could maybe the next one even. Maybe. Also, one thing that I think will not be a case ever, which is very nice, is that I don't think that there is going to be a Pokemon game that requires you to be connecting another game, or like a completely different game, not a version exclusive thing. Like, you know, back in the day, if you want to be getting certain Pokemons into the games, you need to be transferring it from older games. I just don't really think that it's gonna be a thing, because first of all, it doesn't need to be, and second of all, because they are only really having the Pokédex that they are showing anyways, they don't really have that much extra around it. Like, maybe there's some legendaries, for example, mythicals, that there is extras of that they don't show in the Pokédex, but apart from that, no. I also will say that even though a Pokemon is transfer only, I think it should be having a Pokédex entry, even if it would be just a repeat of an old one. I don't mind that. I just think that if a Pokemon is like foundable or transferable into the game one way or the other, it should be having a Pokédex entry. It's what I find quite weird about like some legendaries, like they're a good example because they are transferable to most games. But they don't have dex entries. Do they absolutely need to? No, but in my eyes it wouldn't really be hurting. Because it's not like we don't get more or less repeated Pokédex entries anyways. I think there's only very few Pokémon that have like unique dex entries for every single one of them. Because they don't need to. Like, surely it's nice to be knowing new things, but most likely for every Pokemon there is gonna be 2 dex entries anyways. Because, you know, usually there's 2 games. But yeah. It's also interesting thing that they do be actually having like different Pokédex entries depending on which version of the game it is. I quite like it. Definitely not a necessary thing, but I guess cool to know more things. It's cool to be knowing new things indeed. But I will also say that I will probably be appreciating it more if we would be giving. We would be getting like small videos about Pokemons instead of just text entries. To, you know, get a really good feeling for them. As I said, they have definitely done that like recently a lot. Scarlet and Violet, for example, they did do it a bunch, and I liked it. Me getting, you know, a sneak peek to a new Pokemon. Wondering what it is. Oh yeah, I like it. Like it indeed. Also, I just remember that I forgot to be switching the Dugtrio off the box. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I can always be switching it later. Because for some reason I would like to say that I do remember that Dugtrio is not a Dunsparce. I feel like there is, you know, enough a difference to be remembering after like a few days. If it would be at the Dunsparce, then I probably should be moving it immediately away. Because that could be getting mixed there for sure. No blue eyes. That Riolu seems big. I don't know if I have captured one. I have. It is big and marked. Nice. You seem small. I know because I remember with the Deerling that I know that I have captured one because I was like, what is it Pokemon? Because I was like, I was just confused, like, what is that Pokemon even? I remember my first time seeing a Deerling in this game. To be fair, it's not like it's a Pokemon that is too much in games anyway, so, you know. And also, I didn't know that it was in the games. I'm pretty sure about it. So, you know. It's like, cool. It's just like, what is that pink mess there lying on the ground? Was it Deerling? I really hope that we could be keeping the season thing going for Deerling as well. Like going forward. I don't know how we could be getting that, but I really hope that we could be. It could definitely be a way, keeping Deerlings, like, as a possibility. Would be kind of cool if there would be, you know, since there's Pokemons that can only be found in the trees in normal situations. I think it would be kind of cool to be seeing a Pokemon that would always be lying underneath the trees. Because, you know, they are like these Pokemons that are sleeping underneath the trees anyway, so I don't really see why not to expand it to be having Pokemons that can be like always or only can be found like lying underneath the trees. There is some that come to close, like Old School. Like they are mostly found in there, but you know they can be found somewhere else as well. Because I just think that it's quite nice and cool that you know they will be doing it indeed. Be almost always someone sleeping underneath this tree as well. It's only under that tree. I don't think that I've seen anyone sleeping under this tree. It could be also like only certain trees can be like the Pokemons can be sleeping under. Could be. But still, if you want to be getting an interesting hunt in this game, I think one of the most interesting hunts that you could ever be doing in this game is to do a tree hunt. You know, the Pokemons that are only available through trees. There's some easy ones, like I would like to say Pineco is pretty easy. And Pinecone is always in the trees if it's not in an outbreak. There's some other ones as well. Spounsweed that is mostly found in the trees. There's of course Applin. I feel like quite a good amount of people have been going for AFK method for it. It's the lack of. And all of them are, I would like to say, easy-ish to be seeing from the tree as well. Bounsweed could be the only one that I could see cause any issues because it's just small. And maybe Slackoth depending on the time of day as well. Depending on how pink does everything look, you know. Oh there, buddy. Even though I'm pretty sure it's the same one, but I want to double check anyways. I don't think that I need to go far enough away from it for it to be despawning. I'm surprised that it doesn't want to follow me though. Flopebes and Floettes are quite, you know, following fellows. What I have noticed today. There are also Pokemons that don't come up too often. But there's always some sort of rarity to them. Usually, you know, the white one being the rarer side. It's pretty nice. They have that going for themselves indeed. It's also a hunt that I have noticed that over the years also people are like really wanting to be going is the... It's the 1% the white baby. In X and Y. I mean, you know, as I said, it's, you know, with any 1% hunt, it's understandable that people want to be going for them. Oh, yeah, surely there can be easier ways to be obtaining it, but for me, for example, it's nice to be finding sometimes in a cool place a shiny that is relatively common, you know. Relatively common in the way that a bunch of people usually hunt for it. Cool med locations or cool med locations. Also cheese is that Flopebe not giving up. I guess I could be like waiting in here and letting it like completely like stop and then I'll try to despawn, not despawn it, but like, you know, go far enough away from it. I think it might have worked. I'm gonna go a little bit farther just in case. It'd be quite funny to be finding a shiny Gumi during this. Wouldn't mind it. For sure. Wouldn't mind it for sure indeed. As I said, Gumi is a nice Pokemon. I very much like it. Indeed. Oh, hello. Murkrow. How are you? I will say though one thing would be like, even though it's not really that useful of a thing, but not that anything that it isn't a thing anymore, is that I do wish sometimes that in nowadays Pokemon games there would be like a stop if you're like at the end of the box. Like in older games, like if you're at the end of the box, it's not gonna be like going through it again. Like refusing you to be going that way, because it's nice sometimes if you're like checking out things, like try to be somewhat quick about it. That you don't need to be like counting like have you gone to 30 or not. Or how many Pokemons there ever is. Because I like that in older games indeed. Especially if it's the case that you have captured like a million of the same Pokemon in like few boxes. Don't really know why you would do that, but in case, you know. And for like something like marks, if you want to be checking marks quickly, you need to be... like going quite slowly through them. You can't be just having the button be pressed as well. One of the probably coolest sounds that I have never ever seen people do it, because you know normally it's impossible, you need to be using a shiny lock removal for it, is the Walker hunch. You know, the hardcore soul silver accessory thing, because I did see shiny collector to be getting a shiny that way. It's pretty cool. I mean, as I said, you need to be using a shiny lock remover for it, so I guess normally they do be indeed shiny locked. So there goes that if you don't want to be modifying things, you know. It just feels like kind of a weird thing to shiny lock, but it could be kind of like, you know, it could be kind of like, you know, the funny thing of funness indeed. But yeah, indeed, soon has another hour passed, like in 20 minutes or so. Seems seems like a quiet hour. I mean, to be fair, I did find 2 in the first 2 hours both, so, you know, I'm fine if it calms down, you know, but at the same time, I always will say that I like to be getting my shiny luck in the way that I'll be getting a little bit all the time rather than, you know, bunch at once. But, you know, it do be what it do be. Let's just knock down that baby because it's annoying me. Won't be knocking down anything else though. It just is annoying that they're following you and then you're like, even though it's only one spawn that you're missing out on, but it's still a little annoying. They don't, you know, need to be following you about. I don't really know also, would there be a good like reset spot in here as well, because it's like, it's not like it's in a corner or anything like that. So I don't think that there would be like a good spot to be doing picnic resets on here. Because it's pretty wide area that, you know, they're spawning in. There's definitely few spots that there is usually bunch of Pokemons in, but it's usually because I, you know, go back and forth with the place. You know that all the way to the water can be spawning things. Interesting. But yeah. Because I feel like this is like too open of a place to be doing a picnic reset in. The only good for picnic reset place that I have personally been founding is the loaded one that I did too. It's a pretty nice spot for sure. Surprised that wasn't an encounter, but then again it was in the middle of like going down, so it's kind of hard to be getting into their hitbox when they're doing it. Which is quite nice that, you know, doesn't happen. I would be wishing that it would be the case with every single Pokemon still looking at you or Earthworm that I somehow encounter ridiculously easily. Don't understand how and why, but happens, I suppose. Coming daytime again, so soon goodbye to all the night ones then, even though I haven't really seen too many of them in the first place, so saying goodbye to basically no one. Hello, Swoop again. I wonder why sometimes there is Swoop there. Is it some? I guess it could be something to do with the time of day. Just feels a little odd. Like, why is it there? Sweeper is kind of a weird and cool Pokemon at the same time. I like its design. It's like not really something that you would be thinking of a like more or less cocoon Pokemon. Very pretty. In a weird way, it's kind of my favorite out of the line because, you know, Scatterbug is just, you know, your regular old caterpillar. Nothing really too interesting going about it. I know it's kind of boring because it is kind of bland color. It's not like something like Caterpie that is like nice and bright in colors. Of course I know that, you know, Caterpie is one of the like most basic caterpillars that there is, but it's still pretty cool. Sweeper, it's, you know, interesting. I'd be liking it quite a bit myself, indeed. Be honest, it's cool, but of course it kind of gets buried into its what is it, the gimmick, you know, having a bunch of different patterns. It does get quite well buried there, so it's kind of a problem for it, indeed. I did escape the dudes. Nice. Swooper is one of the only like middle stage like cocoon like Pokemon specifically that I actually like, I think. Because most of the time they're like kind of eh. I do like both Silcoon and Cascoon, but they are quite similar to each other. Of course. But like Metapod and Kakuna are kind of eh. So yeah, I think Swooper is honestly my favorite of the Cocoon Pokemons. Indeed, the middle stage for a pretty bug, indeed. Sure. Something. There we go. Oh, in the same spot as one of them was. I was kind of blending also to the flowers, I wasn't too sure. No? Nice. I'm getting this today, I see. Oh, mean. Oh no, it's rolling out. I don't think that there was anything special about this fella. I don't think that there was any marks, and I don't think the size was anything, so far only movies need to be checked. And I guess I could be right now be switching the duck trio out of the way there as well. Oh no. Nickname you Silence because I was quite quiet there, and also my nature guess is gonna be quieter for the same reason. Just, you know, chilling about. Me also mark it down about when I did find it. Wait. Bald? I feel like it's not the first bald one today. Were you the one that was bald? You relax. You were bald. The last one before this was bald. Nice. Back to pack bald natures. Yeah. We're gonna be having a break soon indeed. So maybe I can squeezing another one in like a few minutes. It's quite odd though that it is in the same spot there. I mean, it's not like it's an RNG clone or anything like that, because the first one was male and, you know, different nature and everything, but still pretty interesting. Same spot twice. Interesting. Very interesting. Be the Hatchina. Hatchina is also kind of a annoying Pokemon in one way, kind of like bitches. Because like their names are like very similar, but I always mix them around. Because I've always kind of hated that Pidgeotto is the middle evolution, and Pidgeot is the final evolution. I personally would have been liking it more if the names would be switched. I mean, it's small difference, but anyways. Same it is with Hatena. I always forget that the first form is Hatena because Hattrem is usually what you see. And then there's Hatrini. But anyways, it is what it is. What did you? Indeed. It would be funny to be seeing Wailord still in this game. Or any like actually big Pokemon. See how silly they would be looking in here. Because I would like to say wide, silly. Would they even be fitting anywhere? This Wailord do quite big. I would like to say. Gonna try and do one more round then. I think it's back to Area 0 then. But also Area 0 hunt is gonna be in the way that if I do be still having sandwich going on, I'm gonna be using the rest of the sandwich there. Even if I would be finding the 6 indeed. But yeah. I guess I might as well be using the entire sandwich if I have one going on anyways. Why waste it? go. I tried so hard to be running through, like, around the table that it fall asleep. Poor fella. Happens, I suppose. I took parasol picks. They're the pick of the day. But like, I was like going ahead and buying some more. I was like feeling like, let's just chew aerosol ones today for funsies. Even though they are more fitting for something like ring spot. Still pretty cool. Still pretty cool indeed. There's apparently a Nintendo Direct tomorrow, so I'll be watching it, but unfortunately I'm not gonna be streaming it because I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow. But then again, there probably isn't anything too interesting to me anyways in there. Rarely is, but... See? Let's see then. Why not to be using camera now is absolutely the perfect time to be using one. But yeah, I usually would be watching, you know, Nintendo Directs and whatever my things Pokemon presents. But as I said, because I'm not gonna be on tomorrow, so you know, I'm not gonna be doing it, but I'll be watching it anyways. Because it is a Nintendo one. As I said, I don't know if there is anything too like interesting to me. There rarely is. Unfortunately, I just don't really care that much about what is going on there. Cool looking games, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know what it is that. There was a time that I like to be watching new games, but nowadays I'm like kind of about them. Don't really care too much about them anymore. But yeah. Probably I will say that if there is anything interesting to talk about, I'll be talking about them on Wednesday then. Plenty of time at least, because safari hunting is pretty mindless. Bye. So I guess if you don't want spoilers, then you're not on. I mean, then. But then again, for me, it's the case that if I really want to be watching something, don't want to be getting spoilers about it, then you know, I'll watch it as soon as I can. But if it is out already, I usually talk about it. So I probably, as I said, I will probably not talk that much about the direct though. Would be my guess. But we'll see. If there's interesting things, then you know I'll talk about them. If there isn't, then you don't know. I know that Nintendo Directs, they usually tend to be on Tuesdays, from what I remember, because I usually am doing Alpha Cudra hunting. While like in the middle of there I will be watching it, because I can do like an hour or two stream depending on when I start before it starts. Because it's either 4 or 5 p.m, usually 4 p.m. But of course, you know, it changes a little bit. So, we'll see. Maybe there is something cool there. I will say that I myself doubt that there would be anything too much Pokemon related, because they have also, you know, the Pokemon present themselves like as a separate thing. But there could be like some little things said though, but it's just why would they be talking about it too much if they have like a specifically like a separate one for them anyways? It's not like it's not like impossible. And I feel like I don't know how to speak today. or I could be just overthinking things today. Happens, I suppose. Also gotta check one thing. There we go. Yeah, I did remember correctly. Because I myself have like neck issues. And I was like always thinking like, is there a different word for in English for the front and the back of like neck? Because we have different words for them. So, you know, it's always kind of frustrated me that in English there is only one word. But, you know, my back of my neck is like always like kind of bad. Has been most of my life, unfortunately. But like, ever since that we did come back home from the, like, visiting my grandma and everything, it has been so bad. Like, I've been getting headaches because of it. So, try to be getting it better, like getting places opened up. It's like the back neck and the shoulder area. It is unfortunately quite normal for me. It's mostly because, you know, I don't sit properly because I don't know how to. I just like to be sitting comfortably, you know. And, you know, usually comfortably sitting isn't, you know, the ideal way to be sitting. I will say though that overall I have been getting better at it. Like, I will say that I have been definitely in worse situations. I guess I'll be coming to save the Delibird. The Delibird is safe. Yes. One of the few times that I'm actually using that feature. The Delibird is safe. Or Iron Bundle. I didn't mean to like fall down actually, but was too close to the edge there. Anyways. Silly things, silly things. Yeah. That's why I do stretch a bunch myself, especially when I'm streaming, because usually if I'm like offline, I'll be in like, I'm not like sitting up straight, upright, whatever my things. I think upright is the correct term to be using, but it just sounds wrong. Anyways. I'm more of like chilling, I'm like leaning back with my chair and everything. I could be technically doing it while I'm streaming, but it's, you know, I don't want to be bothered to be moving my mic all the time. Want to be bothered to be moving my mic all the time, so don't do it really. There we go. Bit better. I don't know, it's so... I don't know why it is such a hard thing to do. Keep a good posture when you're sitting. For example, like, I kind of struggled with that with my entire life because, like, the school chairs are so uncomfortable because they are, like, at least, like, in, like, from the 1st to 6th grade, and usually from 7th to 9th grade as well. They're, like, you know, kind of plasticky wood types. They're not the most comfortable to be sitting in, so I never really like fully sat on them because it just felt uncomfortable. It was way too hard, and you know, at least in my schools it wasn't really an option that you could be getting a cushion or something like that to be making it easier. Because then you know someone else don't have it, and you know everyone needs to be having a cushion then. So you know, can be having it, which is, you know, stupid because, you know, they can be going ahead and buying one, but anyways. It's just this, of course I understand that they are not meant to be like school chairs, they're not really meant to be the most comfortable things ever, you know, but they could be at least a little bit more comfortable though. They're like so bad that it kind of hurts sometimes. I mean, I don't mind to be, like, sitting in, like... I don't like to sit on those kind of chairs for too long, but I don't mind to be sitting in a wooden chair every once in a while. Because, as silly as it sounds, there is, like a certain, like, woods, like, feel softer when you're sitting on them than others. It's just the school's chairs, for example, are just so hard, plasticky wood that it's so bad. And also another thing that definitely didn't help my posture in school is that at least the schools that I went to, you know, the desk and the chair, they weren't like correctly like height-wise. Like you would always be like way too high up in the chair, and like you would like have to kind of lean down to the table. So that definitely didn't help. And it's not like, you know, you could be choosing how high they were just fixed height. Old school things, you know. I've heard that they are better now, thankfully. But yeah, do be what it do be. Thankfully, don't need to be struggling with them anymore. It's just this, unfortunately, which is understandable for sure, but it is still unfortunate that, you know, at least in here, schools don't really trust children not to be breaking things, so, you know, getting the cheapest possible things and the most durable ones for, you know, that price, so it is what it is. But then again, you know, don't know. It do be what it do be, you know. Could be better, could be worse, you know. Also, it's kind of funny because, like, if you would be indeed wanting to be bringing your own cushion to the school to, like, make yourself comfortable with the chairs, is that, like, in every classroom there was one or two, like, those exercising balls that, you know, one or two could be sitting on, and that was, you know, fine. And, you know, school provided them and everything. And, like, it's of course a nice thing, but at the same time, the problem is really that I don't think that they really understood that you shouldn't be sitting on them all day. I mean, to be fair, in here, you get, like, break every 60 minutes or 45 minutes, usually. Especially if you're from 1st to 6th grade, then from 7th to 9th, you might be having 90-minute, like, lessons, but we did always have 60 ourselves. Depends from place to place. As you know, most things do. So yeah. Like, it's not like you would be sitting with it for too long, but at the same time, was sometimes too long though. I mean, I don't think that I ever used one myself, because I was just feeling like what would it really be helping me with, honestly? So yeah, I never used them. Nice. Straight away another one spawns in. But yeah. Interesting things, interesting things. I will say though that honestly, up until I did move, I'm gonna remove the bandage because I don't need it anymore. Up until I did move out from in quotes home, you know, from parents, even though I was only living with my mom. But anyways, and before I moved out of there, I didn't have like a good chair, like to be, you know, gaming on. Was like over 20, no, not at that point, it was over 30 years old, because when I did start to use it, it was 20 years old. So yeah. Old chair wasn't definitely the best. I don't think that I would ever be nowadays going back to those kind of chairs as well. I kind of like nowadays chairs, especially because I need to be buying one that is for heavier people. As you know, at the same time it's nice and, you know, supportive, but at the same time it also wants you to, or lets you be like not in too hard of a chair, you know. I like it. This one has been well used because the pillow that is meant for your back is falling apart. To be fair, this is like few years old at this point, so has definitely done its things. I think this is 2 years old. Because I know that I did get this chair when I was streaming. Because my last one literally broke down when I was sitting on it. So yeah. I think it's about 2 years old at this point. Because I did get it in summer as well. So you know, it has been pretty good. I will say I'm not the most optimal person to be using this with. I don't really sit in the way that you're supposed to be sitting on a chair. You know, my chill positions sitting in a chair are not too usual. I know also that, like, at least in my school, it seems like always teachers did have, in quotes, healthy chairs, like ones that, you know, didn't have back support and you would need to, like, yourself be, like, giving your back straight, because otherwise you would be falling down. I always kind of felt bad for them for that, because like surely there was teachers that did like those chairs, but there was also teachers that absolutely hated them. And there was like nothing that they could be doing. Because, you know, they did throw the old ones away and then, you know, new ones coming in. Provided by the school, of course. As most things are in here, provided by the school for the teachers and the students, thankfully. Another thing that I know that we have kind of better than most places is indeed that the teachers, they don't need to be buying things. And I have never... It's another thing because I don't understand it because it's not a thing in here. Like, why would a teacher need to be buying things? It just doesn't make sense. Like, surely, like, from first grade to sixth grade, you're basically with the same teacher for every single class. But still, like, school provides everything. Like, it just makes sense. I will also say that I don't think that I would able to ever be doing teacher's job. Same thing is that I don't think that I could ever be like a person in a store that would be, you know, in the cash register as well. I just don't think that I could ever be put up with it. I don't, you know, mind being social, but at the same time, you know, when I get enough of social things, I want to be done with them. So, you know, really the kinds of things that I want to be going for myself. Soon it's, by the way, time for a new sandwich, so no, going ahead and making one. This time I might be just, you know, walking there as well instead of teleporting, even though, you know, it doesn't really matter. But anyways, yeah. I'm just thinking that should I be just going for outbreaks, because I've gotten 4 transports today. I kind of would like to go to 12 though. I kind of would like to go for 12, but also I would like to be going for something else as well. You seem big. You would be big indeed. Let's go ahead and make that new sandwich then, shall we? I was wondering what was going on. Like you just hear like very high pitched noises, and I'm like, what's going on? It was a bird outside. Like looking like his cat okay and everything. It's just, you know, a bird outside. Also, I think I'm gonna go ahead and turn the fan on because I would like to have air be moving in here. I guess some of the birds would be having babies at this point, because that's like, sounds like a baby bird. Don't know. For sure, there we go. And he's turning on now then. There we go. Let's see then. Also very quick loading. It's just barely the loading like thing did show up there. Usually it shows up at least for a few more seconds. It's just, you know, barely there even. It's feeling a little bit better now the air is moving. Not gonna lie. Surprisingly it's feeling better, you know. Yeah. Shall I get another duck trio? Possible, definitely. Do I need one? Not really. I already have 2 of them in this game. Not this specific file, but in this game in general. I have 2 of them already. At least I don't think so. No, it isn't in this file. No, it isn't. It's in another file. I mean, to be fair, I will say that much that at some point I will be doing a hunt in Dicklet's tunnel or whatever my place it is. Just because, why not? Why not, indeed. Nothing can stop me from hunting same Pokemon more than once. Even though I wasn't really hunting. I have not been hunting ever for Dicklet or Duck Trio, I have just been getting them. It's kind of like mud prey, honestly. I've been getting a bunch of shiny mud preys, I'm not even looking for them. But you know, it happens. Best shinies are the ones that you're not even looking for. Indeed. Also, one thing that I was supposed to be talking like a week or 2 ago even is that we have in here, like in here, not like nearby here, but like actually in the place that in this place that I'm living nearby this place. That's a very sentence, yes. There is like robots that are delivering food to people. You know, small cars that are like in like they are in sidewalks, so you know they count technically as people. That's pretty nice. It's a pretty big deal, like everywhere. It's like everyone is like talking about it in here. It's insane. I mean, of course, it's a nice thing because it's not like it is that well used thing yet because it's pretty new. Other places also use it, but some places have the problem that, like let's say that you accidentally walk into the machine and break your leg for like somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. Some places are like you need to be paying for it because you didn't pay attention, but the place that like is nearby here and does like the food delivery thing or grocery delivery thing with the robot machine, they're like, if you like accidentally indeed like break your leg once you're like walking into it, they are gonna be paying for it, which is nice. It really shows the difference that you know, we trust people, I guess. But it really shows the store's true colors. It's two completely different stores, by the way. We have like the 3 main stores in here, so yeah, there is that. The one that is the like technically the Finnish one is the one that you need to be paying for things, and the one that is in here and in also a few nearby countries, they are gonna be paying for things. And anyways, it's the store that we use, the one that isn't actually from here, because it's, as I said, it's so much cheaper to be going to that store. And the thing is as well, it's not like the not based on only in here store. It's not like it's not selling like local food. It's selling that. Even more, which is kind of silly, but happens. Because the thing is that like the Finnish store, like grocery store like thing, a thing that has, you know, a bunch of different sizes of them. They're always expensive, but they are more found in smaller places. And sometimes they can have like very local things. And that are only in one store ever. Not gonna be in any other stores ever. Which is kind of nice, but also kind of annoying. I kind of get the idea, but it is at the same time. I mean, it's not like it's anything too crazy, and if it becomes a big enough thing, I would like to say that the dance bars, please. Yeah, I would like to say that if like whoever provides, let's say, potatoes that are special to the one store, that if they become popular enough, that I would like to say that they would be selling them in more places. But anyways, it's funny. As I said a bunch of times, I'd rather be going further away than go to the nearby store because it's so much cheaper. With after all the car expenses and everything, it's cheaper. And it's not the nicest place to walk to as well. And as I said, we live in a little bit of a hill, so it's not too nice to be going up the places with a bunch of like bags. Do you take the stairs or do you take the ramp? It's annoying anyways. Oh, come on. Transport, please. You're being very mean. I will say one thing that I'm a little bit surprised about. The cat didn't go. The cat didn't say anything that my boyfriend did leave today. Because, you know, the AC button that was broken on our car did arrive. So they're fixing it now there. And also it's not like it does hurt to be checking is everything okay in there every once in a while. It isn't that bad at all. I hope the AC button lasts for like 2 more years again, because it was like 2 years ago we needed to be replacing it like once like it was porch. Like it was broken when like it was poured, so it needed to be getting replaced then, and now it's needing to be replacing. Don't know then what's wrong with it, because it's not like it's supposed to be only lasting for a few years. The good thing is at least that it's not too expensive to be getting, and it's relatively easy to be switching yourself, so it's, you know, pretty cheap part to be replacing at least. It would be one of those things that I don't think that I would ever be bothered to be going to a place to be getting it fixed. Way too expensive. Hello, cat. Cat didn't, by the way, know how to be deciding to be, or where to be last night. She was like all the time like getting under the blanket and getting getting away from the blanket, everything like that. You just missed a bird outside, by the way, cat. I did see it in the corner of my eye. Missed the bird. But yeah. We also did get a new toy for the cat from... did I forget? No, I didn't forget to do a sandwich. And we did get a new toy for the cat from my cousin, indeed, because her cats weren't using it. Or they were, but not really. They were kind of, in quotes, breaking it. It's one of those, like, you can be making whatever math path you want for a ball to be going through, and the cats can be, you know, moving it through there, and they were like always getting it out. She seems to be somewhat interested in on it. I did clean it and everything because it was quite dirty, and also try to be getting rid of the other cat's smell, so maybe she would be more willing to be playing with it and everything. She doesn't really care that much though. Just kind of with it. It's gonna be funny to hear at some point in the middle of the night that she's gonna be going absolutely insane with it, right? Could be, could be. Small? Yeah. It's not like the cat is our cat anyways is the kind of cat that she doesn't really be in the playful mood too often, but usually when she is, then she's really in the playful mood. She likes to then play a lot. Get like all a week's worth of playing in 10 minutes. What are you? Chidoopy. Chidoopy, what Chidoopy? Silly fella for sure. I think I will be going to the outbreak again. Maybe, you know, find another one quickly there. I was thinking that I kind of want to just like, you know, check out the other ones. So I was thinking maybe I would be spending in the outbreak, the Dunsparce outbreak, like half an hour. Then I will be moving somewhere else. But we'll see how I decide. Just staying there, you know. But as I said, 5 is the amount that I'm looking for today. 4 is pretty good as well, and you know, an extra duck trio so far at least. But Scissor Outbreak is definitely the one that I'm gonna be going for first, hoping that it's a good one, and if it's not, then you know, go for other ones. Of course, before I actually go do anything else, I'm gonna be checking out what is the outbreak that I don't know about. But after that, then we're going somewhere. I was kind of thinking, could it be Glaceon? But then I'm like, no, it can't be. I have knocked down a Glaceon before. I guess it could be. Could it be Frixifax? Of that line, maybe? Because it's in the mountain of snowy kind. I guess it could... No, it can be frost moth. It can't be really snow either. It's one of them for sure. It's one of the Pokemons that is in the Pokédex. Because all the ones that I can think of that it could be is the ones that I... Like, most of the things that I can think of are the things that I know for sure that I already have in my Pokédex. So that doesn't really help out. Oh, now I get it why the cat did move from the bed, but I don't think that she likes that the fan is hitting her. I was like, why did she like move like all of a sudden? But yeah, she probably doesn't like the fan is hitting her. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I guess she was like in her own bed. Be like getting too cold for her. I mean, it's not like I did put it on because it's too hot in here. I just wanted, as I said, be actually having the air moving. Because it's definitely feeling like today would be not snowing but raining. Let's see. There is a big cloud nearby, but it's not gonna be coming in here, and there's like small clouds all over the place. So yeah, that's why it's feeling like that today. Mario. I will say though, going back to the like the robot things that are carrying groceries to from you to your home door, is that I like the concept of them. It's one of those things that I like the concept of them, but at the same time I don't think that I ever will personally be using it because, you know, first of all, none of the ones that are currently or none of the ones that I currently know that exist, like, we're too far away from them. And also because we are buying like too much. It's really meant for like small things. It can't really be handling too much. So, you know, for our usage it would be completely useless because it can't be carrying everything that we would like to be having. And also, like, there is not really a need for us to be using, because we rather be using, even though we rarely even use that, we rather be using the, like, make us the grocery bags in the stores and then we go ahead and pick it up. But we so rarely use that either. Because I feel like, even though it's not like of course wrong for me to be using them or anything like that, but at the same time, if I don't really have to use them, I don't really want to be getting them away from someone that could actually, or would actually be needing to be using it. Like, sure, would it be a nifty thing to try like once? Yes, but we don't need to. Would definitely be a cool thing to be trying, but yeah. It's kind of like what it is with certain kinds of foods that are meant for like if you have certain allergies and whatnots. I don't like to buy them because I feel bad because I've talked about it before. We have very little amount of like selection for certain allergies or food preferences, so I don't want to take the small amount away from them. Even though it would be so cool to test them out. Restaurants are one of the only places that I think I feel comfortable of like testing things like that, because why wouldn't they be having enough supplies, you know? But in stores then... I've been, by the way, talking a lot about stores today. Interesting. What are you? What did you be? Also, we're gonna be having a break soon, indeed. Probably last time today that I'll be coming to Area Zero. I think I will be rest of the time I'll be spending in the outbreaks instead. Either the dance bars one or other ones. So we'll see. Will this be the first hour that I don't find any shinies? Terrifying. Also, the phone didn't catch me, question mark. Imagine not finding something in an hour. It's fine, of course. I don't need to be finding things that often. It's just funny that today has been like ridiculously lucky in Scarlet and Violet. Still, I think the luckiest game that I ever will be in is Legends Arceus. Legends EA, you don't know. I don't know, or we don't know how it works yet, so... we'll see. Could be another one of those games. And it is really also depending on do I feel like that I want to be playing it a lot or not. Because if I don't, then you know I don't play it. Would like to say still that when it comes out I'm gonna be playing it a decent amount. I'm still gonna be doing, you know, usual things though. Like I'm not gonna be stopping everything, but it'll be definitely in the priority list. High up there indeed. I'm gonna do one more loop. I have time for one more loop in here. I think it is an hour that I don't find anything. It's not like I haven't found 5 shinies already today. And I don't have a charm or those any sparkling sandwiches or anything like that. As full odds as one can be, you know. Even the outbreak is still like no knockdowns there. Because I've only captured 3. They're not knockouts. No KOs there indeed. Just catching things. Save here. I like that the Area Zero one is not even from Area Zero, it's this one that is from Area Zero. Funny things, funny things. Mhm. Dude. Let's probably for the last time fly to this spot today, because I most likely will be staying in there either until the end or until I find one more. I'm gonna save here as well, because why not? It's not like I still have a limited amount of saves that I can be doing per file, which still would be probably one of the interesting things to be having. Meryl being close to the side of making me like, huh. Gonna double check that. And Meryl seems small. Oh, I haven't captured the Meryl. Oh no. I mean, I'm not too surprised that I haven't captured the Meryl. It's not really the one that one would be capturing if they don't care about completing the decks anyways. Let's see, do I find a third shiny Dunsparce in the same spot? would be kind of insane. It is silly as well because it's not like every single time there's gonna be a spawn there. I'm a little bit worried about Hatena being here because I know its shiny isn't the most noticeable one. It's still like you will be noticing it if you look closely enough and everything. But it's still, you know, not the most noticeable one ever. Imagine finding a shiny Basculing, like, you know, just chilling about. I wouldn't necessarily mind a shiny Basculing, it doesn't really do anything. Basculing is, no matter which form it is, it's disappointing shiny. Even if it can be evolving, evolutions are cool, but Basculing is so disappointing when it's shiny. I hate it. Like, I would have been wishing that it would have been getting a cooler shiny, considering that it is one of the most forgettable fish Pokemons ever. So it just kind of feels bad that it didn't get, like, anything. Because it was anyways like a late game edition, or late addition to the games anyway, so... Would have been nice if they would have been getting something of a special of a shiny. I don't really know what. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be too bad if it would have been turning into like blue-ish. Like the green would have been turning into blue. Because unlike some Pokemon that be fish and turn into blue when they are shiny, at least with Basculing you will be able to see it because Basculing is pretty big Pokemon in that. I don't know. Fambi. I would be wishing that Fambi could be getting a cool, like, original form. I feel like it deserves it. I don't know what it could be, but I feel like it deserves something. There seems to be a lot of Basculings now. I wonder where all the Barboach did went. Wouldn't be minding to be getting a shiny Barboach. I would like to say that I don't have too many of them. It's a pretty decent shiny. Of course, you know, the change is in the greatest because, you know, the blue area in its regular form is in this, it is in like the biggest area ever. But I still like the change to yellow. I don't mind Wishcash shiny, but it is a little bit more disappointing than Barboach. It's not a bad shiny. It's just would have been kind of cool if it would be changing more. Like go more with the red theme and turn into more of a red, like red shiny. Would have been quite interesting. Say that you're normal. Seems pretty green to me. I'm pretty sure it's blue. It's shiny. Hello, dearling. You ask for it. Don't follow me. I'm afraid of small floating flowers. That are our favorite types. Who wouldn't be, honestly? Why do they need to be noticing me so quickly now? Except for to sneak by past them quite well. No, they seem to be lost at. To be lost at indeed. Pretty sure all of you have hello. Yeah. Hello, Petalil. You're not shiny, but I'm gonna be knocking you down because you're gonna be following me otherwise. Would be kind of cool if in this game there would be like repel just so you could be getting Pokemons be like running away from you because you smell so bad. Like, you know, they wouldn't start to follow you. And you know, if you want them to follow you, then you know you just don't use it. Combi. Pretty cool. Male one, unfortunately. But hey, that's something that I don't think that I have seen in that spot. Pretty cool. Well, a combi, you know, don't tend to be the common Pokemon in any game. Usually hiding in the trees. Why wouldn't be doing that though? I will also say that I would be finding it so cool if at some point we would be having like either a combi Westbrook or Beedrill place where you would be like exploring like their hive. I would find that so cool. And then there would be like a boss battle in there. Would quite like that. Maybe one day we'll be getting that. Maybe one day indeed. Nice raid. I think it's thunderstorm, yeah. It is indeed thunderstorm, so could be getting thunderstruck if I will be getting a shiny. Could be, could be. To be very windy, I see. So every patch of grass is like going so much down as well. I still absolutely love though that like the weather actually changes, like your clothes like they are looking like they are wet, you know, darker than usual or shinier than usual. I like it. They don't need to be having it, but it's so nice that they have it though. So nice for them to be having it indeed. What are you? I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. The best indeed. I've been having, as I said, quite a lucky day today. You know, gotta be having a lucky day someday. Then unlucky days some other days. And also internet seems to be doing quite well. I haven't got yet frame drops. But that's good, that's nice. Of course, like small amounts don't matter, but nothing so far today. It is usually around, or it was like a few times around 7 p.m. that it did start to happening, so in a 20 minutes or so we shall see if something is going on. Because it is usually the time that more people start to be using it. In the summer times. Hello! It could be having thunderstruck. Look at the dude shaking the water away. Hello there, rain buddy. The fifth one and the final one that I'm gonna be getting today. Unfortunately, didn't have mark. It can be the thunderstruck. But I think I will be nicknaming you Rain Buddy because why not? Feel like a rain buddy. If I can be, of course, fitting it there, I should be able to. Rain Buddy. Rain Buddy is definitely modest by nature. It's my rain nature guess there. Also, I'll be updating the title as well, because as I said, I'll be moving now to other places. It's quirky. It's a ring race. As I said, we'll be moving into outbreaks for now. Gonna be checking out this first. And then Scissor most likely. I'm gonna be switching the layout a little bit as well. Transports away, then the number as well. It's so very good weather in here, I see. And putting that there. Let's see, what is this outbreak about? Oh, jeez. I love frames. It seems to be getting better, so that's nice. I mean, I guess it could be... Oh. Could be like Magnemite, Magnetron situation. Could you please not? Could you please not? What is this outbreak about? It's Bergmite. I'm surprised that I don't have a Bergmite in my Pokédex. It's not really a one that I'll be going for though. I'll just be marking it on my Pokédex and be getting out of there. Yeah, I'm gonna check out the Scissor outbreak. If it's bad, then you know I'll be moving to somewhere else. I'm gonna mark it down, and that's probably the best place to be going. Yep, I'll be evolving indeed all the 5 Dunsparce. Indeed, at the end, as I usually do. Just do like a little bit of outbreaks. It's a wild Pokemon, right? Yes. But yeah, let's see. Sister would be very cool to be found in the wild, I'll say that much. I would definitely love that, but we'll see, we'll see. If I find it, I find it, of course. If I don't find it, it's not the end of the world. But those metal textures in this game, though... Who doesn't love them? Who wouldn't be loving those metal textures? I was about to say, is there even an outbreak? But there is. And not seeming like the best location because it is unfortunately quite close to the wall. But I guess if I can try to make this work. If it doesn't seem like it's working, then you don't know, of course, but it is unfortunately a bad spot. I guess I could try one thing. Oh, I can't be climbing this, can I? Yeah. If I could have been climbing that, I could have been, you know... Oh, come on. I could have been climbing the wall and, like, try to despawn things that way. I could do it the other way around, that I just fly high up and then, you know, drop down. Jeez, there's a bunch of them now. I could try that. Oh, come on. Oh, Chebig. Female one at that. Cool. I'm gonna try the flying thing if I fly like high enough. High up in the air and then, you know, get down. Then there most likely isn't gonna be anything but the outbreak spawns, you know. At least I can hope so. It doesn't seem like it's working too well. take that TM. Yeah, it's not the best one. I guess I could be checking if there is a way to be doing the funny thing of funness called picnic. I was thinking like this corner may be a good place. Yeah, start opening the boxes, yes. Can make it here, okay. This seems like an okay spot, you know. So let's see. Seems to be things spawning there. Okay. I need to be more like in here then. If there, you know, this doesn't work, then, you know, I'll be just doing usual running in, running out things for sure. But it just seems like a place that it would be nicer if I could be doing the picnic resets instead. It's at least 10 of here of scissor, so that's pretty good. What if I'm gonna try to be making it even better, like here? Probably the kind of the best spot that I could be getting it in. It's just annoying that there is this small Pokemons like here, the Deerling and whatever other things around here. I would rather not. Oh, maybe. Potential. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why is there only 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now I can count to 11. I mean, I don't think that I see any other Pokemons though, so it could be just a classic case at all. Oh, there's a Scyther now. I think I'm pretty happy with this spot though. I think I'm overall gonna be pretty happy with this spot. I'm gonna go a little bit to the side though. Try to be doing it in here instead. One, 2, 3, 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. Oh, there's 6. Okay. There's another scissor there. Okay, I think, yeah, this is going to be the spot then. I'm gonna do picnic resets for this scissor then. A thing that I indeed don't do too often, but I mean, this is, as I said, kind of a bad spot, so it's easier to be doing picnic resets to be seeing them. That's for sure. And thankfully I did find a spot where like none of the small Pokemon spawning, because I would like to be checking out on them if that would be the case, you know. Yeah. Nice. Nice. I should be try to be looking in those corners that I know that they can be sometimes. It's annoying that, you know, in there can be spawning in. Probably the only bad thing about this. I'm gonna try and see if it does like anything bad if I move a little bit there. But then it seems like there can be the small Pokemon spawning in. If I move a little bit back from here. Can't unfortunately be too much closer to the wall as well. I'm gonna see if I like try to stand in here. Scissor shiny would be so nice to be seeing, like, you know, just there. Yeah, there is a deerling there. I don't like this. Even though deerling is one of the ones that is easy to be seeing, but still. Slowly but surely try to be finding the perfect spot, you know? I don't think that there is gonna be a perfect spot, but it seems pretty decent. I don't mind this at all. I like to really spawning close to that wall there. I still spawn like things there. Then I wonder like, oh, Elekid, hello? No. Leave me alone, Elekid. Not in this game too. I know it's in this game, but please no. Because I don't think that I can be bothered with Elekids. I don't care enough about it. If it's shiny, it shall be, then I'm gonna be missing it out. Okay. This seems like an okay spot. Let's do it here. I need to still like look like to that corner there, but it's a small thing to be doing, to be fair. So I don't mind it. Be kind of nice to be finding this also today, but I feel like I have already used all my luck. To be fair, already party full of shinies today. It's insane. I love it though. But hey, if the game wants to be nice, then you know, I'm not saying no. A cool shiny. Saying no to a cool shiny indeed. The only problem is that I'm thinking that there's always like one spawning inside walls, because I usually, when I count, I can only count to 14. I mean, it's like only one spawn missing, so it's not the end of the world by any means, so I don't really mind it. I will say though that the one thing I would be wishing to be different in this game is that once you like get rid of the picnic, that there would be immediately every Pokemon would be spawning. I get it that it needs to be calculating and everything, but still, would be wishing it could just be having, you know, dudes there. Just there immediately. Also, speaking of the, like, I guess I did see the dude be flying there. It's so stupid how, like, if you're in the synchro mode, how does the floating thing work? Cheers, you're going high up. It's so stupid how it works. Like, you're gonna be staying in the height that you're in if you don't touch the controller. If you touch the controller, then you know you're gonna be slowly but surely going down. Because, you know, that makes, you know, a lot of sense. Something like Kyogre can be just freely floating in the air. I mean, I'm not, of course, like that upset that, you know, Like, not realistic things, but it is kind of silly though. It's kind of silly indeed. I think I will be doing like 20-ish minutes if it's necessary, this picnic resets. Then, you know, we have a break time then. I probably will be messing around with Drag Trio. Seeing how the dude, you know, walks about in the synchro mode, and then I might be switching to another place to be doing another outbreak, or I might be just doing like running instead. We'll see, we'll see. Of course, the game could at any point be giving me the shiny, then you know I don't need to be doing this. So I'm gonna check out one thing quickly. Guess I can let them spawn in. Also, I can't believe that it has been almost a month since I did do the dance bars experiment. Oh, that's been, you know, a month. It's insane. Time flies. Also, I will say that I don't fully understand why you can't be making a picnic if you're riding the Pokemon, because the Pokemon that you're riding is entering the picnic anyways. I think that that is the only thing that I find very stupid that you can be doing while you're riding the Pokemon. I get it that you can be using emotes or use the camera app, whatever, but it's just so stupid. Why can't you open the picnic? Because the dude is gonna be there anyways. It's just, you know, it's one of those like very unnecessary steps in games that just is there to annoy you. At least very well feels that way. Especially because in this situation it's quite good to be going a little bit to the right Pokemon as well. So I can be easily seeing around that corner, for example. Also, I guess during the next break I will be giving Catch food as well, because she hasn't received the rest of her food yet today. Seems like it at least. Even though she is pretty chill right now, but you know, might as well. So that she doesn't go to do the I want food now mode and be a little annoying with that. We're hunting right now for Scizor. Hello there. Just floating in the air. I did hunt for like 4.5 hour-ish for Dunsparce for ready to be evolved later today for 3 segmented Dunsparce, hopefully. Right now I'm just, you know, doing other outbreaks instead because 5 is quite a good amount for one day to be found there. It looks very good in Scarlet and Violet, indeed. Just unfortunately spot is quite a bad spot, so even though I don't like to be doing picnic resets, it's definitely the best way to be going about it. It's so close to the wall. So if I try to be running in and out, it's gonna be hard to be getting Scizors to be spawning in because other Pokemons are spawning in. There's few other outbreaks that if I get the Scizor quick, then I'll be moving into. Or at least check out if they're good spots, because if it's not a good spot, I'm not gonna be even bothering with it. Needs to be at least a decent spot, because I don't do usually outbreaks. But I just decided that, you know, it's a nice thing to do after Dunsparce hunting. Nice and chill thing to do. And if there's interesting outbreaks, then, you know, that's nice as well. Yeah, I'm trying to be getting this 3-segmented Dunsparce indeed. Gonna be having 5 checks for it today, after I'm done with hunting. It is probably in an hour or so, but we'll see. If I feel like hunting for more, then I hunt for more, then... I mean... I don't know every single phase, but so far I have captured 12 Dunsparce, from which I have evolved 7, but as I said, I'll be evolving 5 more today. There has been other phases as well. 2 Gibbles. Or is there only 1 Gibble? I don't remember how many Gibbles I've gotten. What's the faces looking like? That Gibble is definitely one of them. Was there any like ones before it? That Gibble is a face for it. That Glimora. I did have 2 Gibbles, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other faces, if I'm not missing anyone. So... So honestly, I'm doing quite well with like the amount of phases that I get that are not Dunsparce. Considering that I'm only using encounter power to nothing else. Not too bad. All the ones have been quite decent. The dog trio from today is kind of disappointing, but apart from that, not too bad other phases for sure. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, I'm not too actively hunting for it. Been hunting for it more lately than. And you know, I don't want to be hunting it for too much because right now the sub amount that I'm trying to be catching up to is 19. And I'm currently at 12, so there isn't that many to be going until I catch up with that. And I'm not gonna be doing more hunts until, you know, resubs or, you know, other things occur. Are you hunting for something yourself? Nice. I'm gonna start my safari week on Wednesday. Hope you get something cool out of it then. I have basically everything ready to go. I'm gonna be testing things out. For sure, but it shouldn't be taking too long. Need to be putting the other switch to charge though, for sure. I don't think that there is too much battery there. And I think that it has been used too much. Ooh, Venonet is an interesting target. And also for red. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing double BDSP and one soul silver myself. And that is as much as I can do. And probably the most that I want to be doing anyways. It's a decent amount of games to be concentrating on there already. Oh no. Yeah. I don't really have any targets. The only target that I have, because in Soul Silver, the first thing that you need to do to be getting the, like, that you can customize the Safari Zone is that you need to be catching a... Geodude, so I'm trying for that in there. But that's literally the only thing. In PDS, on Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it's... the target is whatever is the daily target. Or daily Pokemon that switches. Is there a reason why you want to be going for a Venonat specifically in the Safari Zone? Fair enough. I'm gonna be doing the recess for like 5 more minutes and it's time. Then I might indeed be switching to running around instead. Can't be bothered with this picnic recess for too much longer. Especially because these two take their sweet time to be appearing, unlike load hats from the other day. Starting to be sunset time as well, I see. I'm also curious to see this year how many encounters I can be getting done in an hour. Because, not in an hour, in a day. Because now I'm indeed doing more consistent, like 6-ish hour streams. I think it was 2k that I was able to do like last year. I was only doing PDSB though then. Double time of course, but wasn't doing social overrun like I'm doing this year. Especially like it's not guaranteed of course, but I think I should be able to get a camera set up though for it. I'll be testing it maybe today and tomorrow. Thankfully I don't need the layout for it, like testing purposes. Also I like Kid EU. Leave me alone. Why is that Elekid there? Please, leave me alone. I don't want to see you in this game either. Vincing you way too much in Arceus. I don't want to see you in here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm only gonna be doing 2 times. Or 3 times technically, but 2 times and then 1. It's gonna be separate encounters for, you know, 1 in 8k, 1 in 4k. And then there's one like that is both of them also. Are those scissors just small because they are like like that, or what is going on? It's gonna be it for now then. I'm gonna be running around after the break is over. Also, I'm gonna be giving Cat the food. Hello, Lucario, how are you doing? It's good to hear. I don't really have a favorite Pokemon, but the Pokemon I like to say that is my favorite Pokemon is Dragonair. I like the Miraidon is sleeping all the way over there. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, let's get it. Oh, and then as I said, I probably will be running around for now. Technically faster encounters, but it's just not as inconsistent, but I don't care. I can't be bothered to just stay in one place. Like, picnic visits, they are fun and everything, but at the same time I can't be bothering with them for too long. Thank you for the follow. Yeah! Thanks for stopping by, appreciate it indeed. Good luck with your safari hunts indeed. I see if I can stop by. I don't want the shinies as gifts, unfortunately. I want to be finding shinies myself. Hello, cat. Thank you for the follow. Thankfully you decided to be in a good spot today. You're staying in. You're not like in the middle of the screen. I guess I really need to remember today to be to that size different cheese. A huge and a small one right next to each other. I really need to be uploading the emotes today. I keep forgetting. 'Cause they are ready and everything, I just forget to be adding them in. So many things today anyways that I need to remember to be doing, and the safari layout and everything. I will try to be checking the camera that it's working other capture card, I'm assuming that it's gonna be working because, like, why wouldn't it be working? Hello, Health, what's your big group spawn? Are you now happy that you did get rest of your food? You're very happy? Oh, yeah, of course you are. Why wouldn't you be? Good. You don't need to clean my Joy-Cons. Silly cat. I need to clean my Joy-Cons. They are clean enough. Yep. But and also there's better ways to be cleaning than you try to be cleaning them as well. And it's going away. She did come to my table to clean herself and now she is up to the bed. Back to sleep. Interesting. Could be very interesting indeed. Silly little cat for sure. I wouldn't mind to be getting a shiny Scrafty. Scraggy is... Scrafty is quite cool though. But if I would be finding one, I wouldn't mind it. It's just unlikely, of course, but possible, nonetheless. Not a so small sister right next to a very large sister. What's going on? It usually doesn't happen that often that there is a small and a very large one. Like a very small and very large one right next to each other. It has happened twice. It's not like I have any sandwich or anything that would be like making it more likely. Running without any sandwich, and it's not like outbreaks, at least these kinds would be boosting it. Technically could be at some point like an event outbreak, I guess. But this isn't one for sure. It would be kind of cool though if they would be actually having like an event outbreak in this game that would be having to do something with the Pokemon's size instead. Because they have it done for kind of the other two things, aka the shiny chance and the mark chance. So the only thing that they are kind of missing is like guaranteeing like certain sizes more. I would kind of like that as well. Wouldn't mind that one bit. I'm gonna soon just knock down that Elekid just because I can and it's annoying me. Thankfully, I will say that much, that Elekid is not available in too many games in the in the wild, so it's basically egg only hunts. And most of the time the places that I'm hunting in, it's not like Elekid is gonna be there anyways. Seems like a very small topic there. Could be. I could check because I know that I have all the starters. No, it's normal. Okay. So I need to be indeed be having all the starters because it was the easiest way to be getting the decks filled. Be getting the starters. But yeah, I think I'll be starting the prediction in, let's say, 10 minutes. Run it for some time. This time, you have better odds at guessing right for sure, because there's no 4 chances, no 5 chances today. Be getting, you know, the 3 segmented one. Yes, indeed. Hello. That cider spawn was kind of mean game. Cider spawns right next to a scissor. How dare you be so mean and I didn't see you there. If you're not small, I don't know what is. I mean, I probably don't know what is small anyways, but you're not small. How? To be fair, there is quite a good range between like when it becomes small and not. Oh, getting tired, I see. It's not even that late, it's only soon-ish. 8 p.m. How's Miracle? Not seen you yet in here. Interesting, interesting. Interesting that you would be here. I mean, I don't really need one of you to show up, to be fair, I already have one. That's a shiny. I'm completely fine with one. In this game I have two indeed in Pokemon Go, and there was one time the event that you could be getting Smeargle as a shiny. So, you know, it's nice. One of the events, you know. I like that all the scissors like spawn in when they're like flying and most of them just slam themselves to the ground. What's up with that? I don't fully understand what's up with that. I'm gonna go like here and set up the prediction. Yeah, 10 minutes. Seems about right. I could actually put there. 5 Evo. Yes. Yeah. Rolling Dash. Do I get indeed one of them to be evolving into 3 segmented Dunsparce or not? Of the 5 that I have found today. Because 5 is pretty good amount, it's still 1 in 100 chance though, so you know, there is that indeed. But more chances to be getting that 1 in 100 also. Small? No. I mean, I know Deerling is small, but I just was thinking that that could have been like a small Deerling. That's a small sauce bug. No, it's just a... Oh, that's a big one. Okay. Well, it makes sense then. Well, small compared to the dude. Sorry, I absolutely love when there's like leaves or whatnot, like going by. They just are glitchy sometimes and like weirdly go through your screen. This happened a lot today. Also, I understand that this is like kind of an autumn area of this place, but also, why is there so many like orange Pokemons in here? There's Tebig, there's Deerling, there's, you know, Scraggy, Scrafty, kind of. Bunch of autumny colors for sure. It would be interesting for sure. How? 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 How is that possible, game? I would like to know. Guess I don't know. No, I thought I was going far enough away, but anyways. I love the traveler. Yeah, it's not too close by, nice. I really want to be getting into a loop with them. Honestly, with any Pokemon. Oh, it's slowly but surely just falling down. I was just curious what happens if I just like try to be flying to the wall. But yeah, it's just slowly but surely like knocks me down there. I see how it is. And the shadow is kind of annoying with Tyrogues. It is what it is. Probably shouldn't be just flying about, but I just feel like flying about. You know what, I'm just gonna be flying about. I don't care if I don't see a shiny Elekid. Probably wouldn't be seeing it anyways. The only problem really is that this is going too fast, so the scissors can be always spawning in very well, but it is what it is. Could again be just flying to the wall. Oh, I actually got stuck there. Interesting. I wonder where it is. Oh, this far in. Nice. The game actually thought that I got stuck there. I kinda was, but in purpose. Or on purpose, I mean. On purpose flying to the wall. Yeah, I'll be getting into the evolutions indeed soon. Seeing if the tree segmented one wants to be there or not. I'll be going into the usual place. AKA to the the normal gym down that I'm forgetting the name of right now. Also, I'm doing the thing. Can use synchro machine now. Why? Stop. You're not supposed to knock them down anyways, but why? I can't be using synchro machine now. No, what was the problem there? Disappointingly... disappointingly slow. I don't know, I was expecting a Duck Trio to be a little bit faster. Not gonna lie. Yes. It's disappointing. Disappointment is real with that one. Why is Duck Trio so slow? It's supposed to be a fast Pokemon. Why is it so slow in Synchro mode? I'm gonna check out what spawns in and then I'll leave. Doesn't seem like Scizor wants to be shining today. Let's go to Medali. Let's go to this Poke Center. Usually don't do it in here, but always be switching places. Let's see then. Let's get the rest of today's finds to the party because funnily enough I can be fitting everyone in. There we go. Kinda want to do the evos in here. Why not? I'll save even though it doesn't do anything. Then I probably start with the ones that I need to be. Is 3 enough? It is, I think. I'm starting with the ones that I need to be teaching to move anyways. Yeah. 3 is just enough. Nice. First it go. Oh, it goes to this screen. Boo. I'm too close to the wall. It's only 2 segment there. I'm too close to the wall because I have done it in here before. I'm gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure that's a 2 segmented one. Yeah. That's why I want to be having it in the overworld because it's easier to be seeing it. And another 3 on the next one. We're again be giving the XP candies to. Oh. You did need a little bit more, I see. No, hyper drill at this point. Oh, it's 32, I think, then. I forget the exact level. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Probably gonna be going through the crown. Now it kind of knows how to do another 2 segmented one. I think that you probably need 4. I'm gonna do 4 anyways. It's not like I don't have any of them to spare anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna be skipping out the one because I need to be reminding it of the move. Leaving, you know, the only area 01 until later. All the rest of them are from outbreaks. Another 2 segmented one. And the final one from the final one from the outbreaks indeed, Rainbody. Unfortunately also 2 segmented one. Let's see about the movies then. Summary. Not rearrange, change moves. Hyper drill. And now I can be giving you the candies. Could I have done that earlier? Yes, but do I care? No. Is 2 enough? It is more than enough. Hello, movies. Are you also gonna be 2 segmented one? Surprisingly, yes. What a big surprise that, you know, 2 segmented ones. What a big surprise. Let's go ahead and have a picnic though with these dudes. You know, today's finds. Oh yeah, need to be checking, you know, movies size as well, and also Duck Trios. Thanks, game, for crashing almost again. I'm gonna check the size. size of the dudes. There we go. Yes, because indeed movies and the Dog Trio is they're the only ones a bit bigger than average. I don't think that movies did look that much smaller because I didn't see anyone that was like that much smaller. It is good size smaller though. Okay. Let's throw the Dog Trio out. Guess why not? But yeah, it's gonna be it for today indeed. I'll be back on Wednesday with Safari Week. Early, of course. Technically it only starts on Friday, but do it early. But yeah. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. Also, thanks for watching and sticking around. I'll see you guys indeed on Wednesday. If nothing big is going on, you know, if something is going on, I'll post it on Discord, but I don't think that there is. But until Wednesday then,